Mr. President, most distinguished senators of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the first business of the day is the presentation of a House bill standing in the name of the Senate leader on the Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Act Amendment Bill 2025 HB 316. Mr. President, you may wish to invite the Clerk of the Senate to read the short title of the bill.
The Clerk of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Act Amendment Bill 2025 HB 316, first reading.
Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Act Amendment Bill 2025 HB 316, first reading taken. The Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, most distinguished colleagues, the second business of the day is the presentation of a bill standing in the name of most distinguished Senator Sulaiman Umar Sadiq on the West African Examination Council Act Amendment Bill 2025 SB 917. Mr. President, you may wish to invite the Clerk of the Senate to read the short title of the bill.
The Clerk of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, West African Examination Council Act Amendment Bill 2025 SB 917, first reading.
West African Examination Council Act Amendment Bill 2025 SB 917, first reading taken. The Leader of Senate.
Mr. President, very distinguished colleagues, the third business of the day is the presentation of a bill standing in the name of most distinguished Senator Jonah Williams Etten on the Nigerian Research Institute Act Amendment Bill 2025 SB 918. Mr. President, you may wish to invite the Clerk of the Senate to read the short title of the bill.
The Clerk of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, Nigerian Research Institute Act Amendment Bill 2025 SB 918, first reading.
Nigerian Research Institutes Act Amendment Bill 2025 SB 918, first reading taken. Clerk of the Senate Leader.
Mr. President, very distinguished colleagues, the fourth business of the day is the presentation of a bill standing in the name of most distinguished Senator Siako Yaro Anthony on the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 Alteration Bill 2025 SB 919. Mr. President, you may wish to invite the Clerk of the Senate to read the short title of the bill.
The Clerk of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 Alteration Bill 2025 SB 919, first reading.
Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 Alteration Bill 2025 SB 919, first reading taken. The Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, very distinguished colleagues, the first order of the day is the second reading of the Mr. President, very distinguished colleagues, the first order of the day is the second reading of the Abubakar Tafawa Balewa University Act Amendment Bill 2025 SB 910. Distinguished senators will recall that the bill was read for the first time in this hallowed chamber on Thursday, the 9th of October 2025. Mr. President, you may wish to invite most distinguished Senator Umar Shehu Buba to move the motion for the bill to be read a second time.
Very distinguished Senator Shehu Buba.
Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues. My name is Senator Shehu Buba Umar, representing good people of Bauchi South. I'm from Bauchi State. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I'm to lead the debate on a bill for an act to amend the Abubakar Tafawa Balewa University Act to remove the word technology from its names and make it a non-specialized university and for related matters. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I rise to lead the debate on a bill for an act to amend the Abubakar Tafawa Balewa University Act to remove the restrictive term technology from its names and status, thereby converting it from a specialized university of technology to a conventional university empowered to offer a full range of academic disciplines in the sciences, humanities, law, and medical fields. The bill was read for the first time in these hallowed chambers on Thursday, the 9th October 2025. Distinguished colleagues, Abubakar Tafawa Balewa University, ATBU Bauchi, was established in 1980 as one of the pioneer universities of technology established to promote technical and engineering educations. Over the decades, however, the university has evolved and diversified its academic portfolio, running degrees programs in agriculture, education, management sciences, and environmental designs, among others. Yet, its enabling laws still restrict it to the narrow legal status of a university of technology, creating inconsistencies between the law and the institution's academic practice. This bill seeks to resolve that contradiction by formally redesigning the institutions as a conventional university, aligning its nomenclature, governance, and mandate with its current operations and future aspirations. The objective of this bill are to, 1, make it a conventional university, empower the university to offer courses and conduct research in all academic disciplines, ensure equity and parity with other federal universities operating under similar conditions, to enhance collaborations, accreditation, and international recognition for the institution, and expand access to higher education in the Northeast Zone and Nigeria at large. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, you may wish to know that similar amendment has been carried out in the following universities. 1, Modibo Adama University of Technology, Yola, and 2, Federal University of Agriculture, Makurdi, was renamed Joseph Sarwantaka University. These precedents demonstrate that such transformations are both lawful and progressive. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, this bill is not a radical innovation, but a necessary rationalization. It brings the law in line with the reality. An institution that has already evolved beyond its specialized roots and now deserves the legal freedom to grow a full-fledged comprehensive university. It honors the legacy of Sir Abubakar Tafawa Balewa, Nigerian first Prime Minister, whose name the university bears and whose vision of inclusive education and national development remains timeless. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, this bill has no financial implication and no compendium is attached as required by Order 76 sub 3 of the Senate Standing Orders 2023 as amended. I therefore urge my distinguished colleagues to support the second reading and the speedy passage of this bill, these important and amendment bills. Thank you, Mr. President. I so moved.
OUK. Distinguished Senator Orju Zakalo.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand to support the bill, moved by distinguished Senator Shehu Buba. And Mr. President, I wish you give me a few minutes to make a comment after supporting this bill. Mr. President, removing the name technology will go a long way to make this university to be more open to offer other courses that are not in the university, because now it's just a university of technology. And the students they are admitting, they are limited to technological areas. But when it's removed, they'll be able to offer other sciences and other liberal courses, like they should have faculty of law and have faculty of business administration and so forth. Mr. President, I support this bill with all my mind. Thank you, Mr. President.
Distinguished Senator Ali Ndume.
Thank you, Mr. President, and distinguished colleagues. I'm Senator Mohammed Ali Ndume, representing Borno South. Mr. President, as the sponsor of the bill, or the bill says, it's an amendment, and I will call it necessary amendment, because as you know, in this chamber, we have been passing bills to establish federal universities. This federal university is key, and this move is more or less to expand the university. It's not like creating a new one. This amendment to the bill is necessary because without that amendment or the proposed amendment, the university is restricted, as it says, to science and technology only. And in this world, expanding world, there is need to expand the institution and the courses that it can offer to be in tandem with the recent developments. So I will suggest, Mr. President, without much ado, to ask the clerk or put the question so that the bill will be read the second time.
Distinguished Senator Kawu.
Thank you, Mr. President, my dear distinguished and respected colleagues. I am Suleiman Abdurrahman Kawu, Smaila, representing Kano South as senatorial district. Mr. President, let me align myself with the mover and previous speakers who supported this initiative. This amendment, Mr. Speaker, is in line with the federal government policy, which suspend establishment of institutions of higher learning in Nigeria to make the one on the ground more effective and build as their capacity. If this amendment is passed, and if we are lucky to have this kind of legislation, Mr. Speaker, it will add value on the educational, economic, and social sector of Nigeria. It will provide a broader program offering to the students who they will have a diversification and broader choice of their courses, and it will enhance interdisciplinary research and innovation, wider impact of regional development, because Bauchi or Northern Nigeria or Northeast are in particular striving to attain a position in the educational sector in Nigeria. And of course, it will improve our funding and research and resources mobilization, attraction and retention of diverse faculty, because if it go where it is now, they are restricted by law to offer some technologist courses. And finally, Mr. President, it will confront the challenge of unemployment and brain drains in Nigeria, because we are earnestly looking for the solution of unemployment in Nigeria. Therefore, I am supporting this amendment, and I think I align myself with my Oga Muhammadu Ali Ndume to give it a speedy passage to have this kind of legislation. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, my dear colleague, and thank you, Mr. Mobo, of this amendment.
Distinguished Senator Plan.
President of the Senate, Leader of the National Assembly, my distinguished colleagues, I am Senator Ticket Plan. I represent Plateau Central. I rise to join the author of this bill and all the supporters of the bill for the second reading of this bill. I am an old student of Abubakar Tafawa Balewa University, Bauchi. I read physics there, and all the alumni, members of the all students, are in support of this bill. This bill is not just from Senator Shehu Buba, but it is the decision of all of us that have related or studied at ATBU Bauchi. This is because it strangulates the chances of the immediate community and several Nigerians from getting more courses around. If you observe most of the tertiary institutions in the northeastern part of Nigeria, they are more of specialized universities. There is no university within the northeast, apart from Maiduguri, that has various courses around federal universities. So the decision of stakeholders, which I am part of, and the decision of members of the alumni is that if this university is open to allow Nigerians to get courses in various courses, it will help to absorb most of the students around that hardly get admission. If they want to read law, people within that state have to go to another state to get for admission. And therefore, I would like to tell us that it's not just a personal bill, but the bill reflects the thinking and will of members of the alumni. And I therefore ask us that this bill should be given an accelerated procedure. And I thank you for the opportunity to explain this.
Distinguished Senator Yahya Abdullahi. The leader. Yahya. You have nothing to say. Okay,
Mr. President.
Because you initially indicated.
Well, yes, I did, but I was prevailed upon not to. But actually, I had wanted maybe when this bill finally goes to the committee, I think they should look at it very, very, very closely. Because anybody who has a history of the formation of universities in this country knows that it started from colleges associated with the University of London or Cambridge, like Ibadan, and then later on, you had larger universities regionally based, Ibadan, Ife, ABU, and Lagos. These gave birth to Jos, Ilorin, Maiduguri, Sokoto, and Bayero is a child of ABU. Now, the whole idea in the middle of the 20th century was to move towards technology. So several sets of universities were created. Universities of technology, universities of agriculture, and later on state universities came up. Now, the fact that Tafawa Balewa University was still a university of technology and is still giving courses in management sciences, is still giving courses in the social sciences, that appellation of technology does not prevent it from the wider universality of universal education that universities are supposed to give. So for me, this is just, it is really of no consequence. What is in a name? Leave it there so that in the future, We can have a grounding of certain institutions that investment can be made into technology. The fact that it's called a university of technology does not prevent it from offering larger humanities courses in humanities and in management. So why the rush? What difference does it make? Leaving it the way it is better for us to capture what is likely going to come into the future. Mr. President, I'm saying this with a full sense of responsibility and with the fact that I grew up as an educationist, going to the level of a teacher, a head of department, head of the Senate, everything. So there is no need for me. This is just tautological. The fact that it's a university of technology does not prevent it from offering other courses in humanities and the arts. I raise my case, Mr. President.
Distinguished Senator Lawan.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Very distinguished colleagues. My name is Ahmed Lawan. I represent Yobe North Senatorial District. Mr. President, I stand up to support this bill. But in doing so, I want to bring another perspective. Mr. President, the world is moving on the wheels of technology, on the wheels of science, applied science. I have a background in remote sensing and geographic information system. Mr. President, some years ago, some of our federal polytechnics were converted to universities. We need to have the right combination of education for producing the kind of personnel that we need to move our country forward. We are talking about the AI today, artificial intelligence. What does that tell us? We need science and technology. If we divest technology or science from our universities, then, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, we must emphasize science and technology in our polytechnics. Not to shut them, because the polytechnics provide practical technology application, and we need the right mix of graduates from our universities as well as technologists and artisans from the other institutions, especially the polytechnics. So while we are trying to open up, because this is just opening up more opportunities for social sciences and arts in our universities, we must never forget to emphasize and in fact reinforce more investments in our polytechnics, where the kind of hands, the kind of brains that we need for moving our country on the wheels of technology will be given all the support that is necessary. So with this, I still feel it's okay. We did that for Modibo Adama University in the last Senate. And if we are doing it for ATBU, it's okay. But that is reducing availability of technology courses, and we must shift this emphasis here to emphasis in our polytechnics. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you.
Distinguished Senator Binos Yaro.
Thank you, Mr. President and distinguished colleagues. I am Binos Yaro. I represent Adamawa South. Mr. President, I rise to express my support for this bill. But in doing so, Mr. President, I want to also give some explanations. And in particular, riding on what the former leader, distinguished Senator Abdullah Yahya, said. The problems, the challenges we have with some of these universities, especially universities of technology, is the fact that the NUC has to approve the courses they want to run. And when you look at their act establishing them, and it says technology, sometimes they will want to run a particular course, but NUC will not approve it because of the fact that the university was established for technology. So, as we did for Modibo Adama University, which we converted to a university, a conventional university, it now allows them to run various other courses, including law, including medicine. But, Mr. President, you don't have to change the name of a university. If the act has restrictions in courses they can run, then we can amend that act and allow them to run other courses. You have other universities, IMT, in the US, for example. You say, the name is University of Technology, but it runs courses outside of basic technology courses. So we can amend the act to allow them to run other courses, but the university can be seen as a specialized university of technology that has emphasis in technology without having to limit them from running other courses. Thank you, Mr. President.
Professor Ani, distinguished.
Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues. I'm Senator Professor Anthony Ani. I represent Ebonyi South. Of course, this bill is very important in so many ways. Those of my colleagues who have earlier spoken, each and every one of them is right in its own way. Whether there is need to remove the name technology, they are correct. Whether the technology should be allowed to remain, we are correct. Because we should be looking at the meaning of university. We are talking of universality of knowledge, whether it's tailored to specifically to technology or to science or to some other specialized area. The name university surpasses all. Well, let me say this. Sometime in the 80s, there were these specialized universities of technology, agriculture. There was good intention of establishing them. But the reality of the fact is that Nigerian government is unable, as it were, to live to the tenets of the arts, establishing these institutions. Because over time, for instance, University of Agriculture, Modike, Abeokuta, and Makurdi, they started offering all kinds of courses, thereby diluting or polluting the original concept of establishing this university. Now, I commend this bill if we see it from the perspective that the government can no longer fund the technological aspect squarely, as it were, and that there is need for all courses to be opened up. I support it in that regard, because some other universities, these supposed specialized universities, are contravening the act establishing the universities. For instance, Abeokuta is offering so many other courses. Obudike is offering so many other courses. My own university, Federal University of Technology, presently is offering medicine. So if ATBU should come up now to be on the right standing, let us remove technology so that we'll be standing on the way of law for us to operate. It is ideal, and I wholeheartedly support it. Let me take us to this paragraph that says, Mr. President and distinguished colleagues, the bill is not a radical innovation, but a necessary rationalization. That's where I stand. Thank you, Mr. President.
Distinguished colleagues, is there anybody who is opposed to this bill? If there is nobody opposed to the bill, I think we should proceed. Okay. Deputy Senate President, are you opposed to this bill? It looks like there is a unanimity of ideas. Okay. The bill has been seconded. Debate concluded. Those in support that this bill be now read a second time, say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clerk of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, a bill for an act to amend the Abubakar Tafawa Balewa University Act to remove technology from its name and make it a non-specialized university and for related matters 2025 SB 910. Second reading.
Distinguished colleagues, a bill for an act to amend the Abubakar Tafawa Balewa University Act to remove the word technology from its name and make it a non-specialized university and for related matters 2025 SB 910. Second reading taken. This bill is now referred to the Committee on Tertiary Institution and TED Fund to report back to the Senate in 4 weeks. Let me thank distinguished Senator Shehu Buba for bringing this to the fore, and also thank all distinguished senators who have made their contributions and not really contributing, but I know that this Allo Chamber had also changed the name of the former Rivers State University of Science and Technology to Rivers State University, thereby making it a conventional university after it was taken over by the federal government of Nigeria. So I hope that after the public hearing that everybody will be in one accord so that we can proceed from there. I thank you all for your contributions. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, very distinguished colleagues, the second order of the day is the second reading of the Nigeria Social Security Trust Fund Establishment Bill 2025 SB 557. Distinguished senators will recall that the bill was read for the first time in this hallowed chamber on Wednesday, 25th September 2024. Mr. President, you may wish to invite most distinguished Senator Oluwole Fashuyi Cyril to move the motion for the bill to be read a second time.
Distinguished Senator Fasui.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, my name is Senator Cyril Fashe. I represent the good people of Ekiti North. I'm from Ekiti State. I stand to move a bill for an act to repeal the Nigerian Social Insurance Trust Fund Act CAP N88 LFN 2004 and the Employees Compensation Act CAP E17 LFN 2004 and to enact the Nigeria Social Trust Fund, Social Security Trust Fund 2005 to make provisions for compensation for the death, injury, disease, or disability arising
out of or in course of work and for related matters. I so move, Mr. President. The Senator Garba. You may wish to second the...
That's not my name, sir. I don't do Senator.
Senator Garba Maidoki. Garba Maidoki.
Okay. Okay, sir.
The bill does not really require seconding.
Okay, sir. So let me
when you
continue
move
with the...
and wait,
Yes, sir.
I can actually authorize you to proceed with the lead debate.
All right, sir. I'm ready for it, sir.
So please proceed with the lead debate.
Okay. Lead debate on the Nigerian Social Trust Fund, Social Security Trust Fund Bill, SB 557. Mr. President, distinguished senators, permit me to lead the debate on the general principles of Nigerian Social Security Trust Fund Bill 2025. The bill was read for the first time in this chamber on 25th of September 2024. The bill seeks to repeal the Nigerian Social Insurance Trust Fund Act and the Employees Compensation Act and consolidate the provision of both acts into a single comprehensive legislation establishing the Nigerian Social Security Trust Fund. The purpose of the consolidation is to harmonize existing laws on social insurance and employees' compensation, eliminate duplication of functions, and create a unified legal framework for the management of social security in Nigeria. The bill will ensure effective protection of employees in both formal and informal sectors against workplace injuries, disabilities, unemployment, retirement, and other contingencies that may threaten their livelihood. The objectives of the bill are to harmonize existing laws by consolidating the provisions of Nigeria's Social Security Trust Fund Act and the Employees Compensation Act into one unified legal framework, establish the Nigerian Social Security Trust Fund as a central institution for management, administration, and disbursement of social security funds in Nigeria. Number 3, expand social protection coverage, ensuring that workers in both formal and informal sectors benefit from schemes addressing employment injuries, disabilities, unemployment, retirement, and health contingencies. Guarantees sustainable financing through the pooling of contributions from employers, employees, government, and other approved sources for the effective management of social security. Number 5, ensure accountability and transparency by streamlining governance structure and eliminating duplication of functions in the administration of social security. Finally, align with international best practices in labor protection and social insurance consistent with International Labour Organization standards and global social security norms. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, for the avoidance of doubt, the Employees Compensation Act is a crucial piece of legislation in Nigeria that provides for comprehensive compensation to employees who suffer from occupational diseases and sustain injuries arising from work or in the course of employment. The legislation outlines the type of benefit employees are entitled to, which include medical expenses, temporary or permanent disability benefits, and survival benefits for dependents in the event of work-related fatality. However, over the years, in spite of the existence of the legislation, delays in disbursement of benefits, administrative hurdles, and substantial non-compliance by employers have been recorded. Hence, the need to put mechanisms in place to strengthen enforcement and compliance in line with standard practice and requirements, which is the purpose of the proposed legislation. It is imperative to note that the intention of the proposed bill is not to create a new establishment. However, it is intended to streamline and consolidate the provision of Nigerian Social Insurance Trust Fund Act and the Employees Compensation Act into a single framework instead of having the two running concurrently and being managed by one organization. This is in recognition of the fact that the Employee Compensation Act is currently being implemented by NSITF. Hence, the need to propose consolidation for inclusivity and efficiency in the system under the nomenclature Nigeria Social Security Trust Fund to oversee employees' compensation in Nigeria. From the aforesaid, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, the passage of the proposed bill will no doubt address all inherent challenges hitherto experienced in the course of implementing the extant acts. The bill will also strengthen the country's social security network by enhancing its sustainability and ensuring greater protection for all workers, including those in the informal sector, in line with evolving social and economic needs, while maintaining fairness in its implementation. The proposed bill has no additional financial burden on the treasury of the federal government, since the implementation of the bill will be carried out by an existing statutory body upon passage. Mr. President, thank you for this opportunity, and I applaud my colleagues to kindly support this. Thank you, and thank you, sir.
Well, since it has something to do with workers, I would like distinguished Senator Adams Oshimole to second the bill, but in the course of it, we also give you the opportunity to admit. In other words, we would like to be educated on the hurdles so far experienced in the implementation of the current act as it is.
Mr. President, my name is Adams Eric Oshomole, representing Edo North. I rise to second, to support this this bill, and I'm also thankful, Mr. President, for giving me the opportunity to proceed to make additional contributions. I think the summary, as ably read by Senator Cyril, I'm privileged to call him Cyril because he's my son. He says it all. I was once the chairman of the Nigeria Social Insurance Trust Fund. And like he said, a lot of the provisions in these two acts are interlapping, and sometimes that creates confusion at the level of management. And consistent with even the president's commitment to reduce agencies and consolidate them and reduce overhead and avoid internal conflict of jurisdiction. I think what this bill seeks to see, or I'm convinced what this proposed bill seeks to achieve, is to eliminate those conflicts at the level of management. And of course, that will also result to cost saving, a more coherent approach to the issue of employee compensation, whether as a result of injury at work, occupational hazard, or evil death, and covering both all sectors of the economy, including the informal sector, in which we have a lot of people who are employed. So there isn't much really to add to what he has said. I'm convinced, Mr. President, that under your leadership, this will be consistent with our commitment to reduce avoidable overhead wherever necessary and achieve greater efficiency and ensure that government is run more efficiently. This is one of the agencies in which you have, in the governing body, you have employers representative, you have employees representative, and you have the federal government representative. So I support this bill wholeheartedly, and all the issues raised here, they are consistent with what it should be around the world. Thank you, Mr. President, for this honor.
Thank you for the clarity. Distinguished Senator Lalong.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues. Simon Lalong, representing the people of Plateau South. Mr. President, okay. Mr. President, I'm speaking also as a former Minister of Labor. I did almost a year. It doesn't matter. As former Minister for Labor, this bill is timely. We had challenges at that time of trying to manage one act or the other. Employers' compensation should also include even the public sector, for emphasis. So this bill, I will say, for those who understand workers' compensation, will not need much debate because it is coming at the time that innovations are coming, even at the labor headquarters in Geneva. So in support of the workers, like adumbrated by Comrade Oshomole and the, oh sorry, I call you Comrade, that was before. And distinguished Senator Cyril, I also stand to support this bill and let it be given the second reading. Thank you, Mr. President.
Distinguished Senator Plank, Dickett Plank, Chairman of Senate Committee on Labor, right?
He's just coming up, sir. Our dear President of the Senate and my colleagues, I rise again to support this bill in its totality, just with another new aspect. In the previous bill, in the previous law, there is no specified punishment for defaulters, and therefore it becomes very difficult for NSITF to punish or to reprimand anybody who goes against the law. But with the bill beautifully written by Senator Cyril, there is provision for punishment for defaulters, and it will go a long way to help the agency in ensuring that workers both in private and public sector are actually compensated for, because each of the sectors have met up with the requirements in terms of payment and deductions we pay to the agency. So that additional will make the agency buoyant and strong enough to ensure that workers both in private and public sector are protected in case of any injury at work. I thank you for the bill, sir.
Finally, distinguished Senator Ome.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Senator Victor Ome, OFR. I represent Anambra Central Senatorial District. Mr. President, I rise to support this proposed consolidation of the Employers' Compensation Act and Nigerian Social Insurance Trust Fund Act, proposed by Senator Cyril Fasui. Mr. President, I've served in the Committee for Labor and Employment for a second time in this Senate. I was there before and now on this 10th Senate. The two acts, Mr. President, are talking about the same thing: employees' compensation in the event of certain things happening. The Employers' Compensation Act and this NSITF Act are dealing with compensations and claims by workers in Nigeria. So there will be no need operating these two acts side by side, since employees can make claim from either of the acts. So bringing them together will give us one act dealing with workers' compensation, whether in the private sector or in the public sector. So I support this bill, that it is well intended and to help us to harmonize this workers' compensation in the event of accident or anything or injury in the course of work. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Distinguished colleagues, having heard from all the contributors, I think I should thank distinguished Senator Fadeyi for bringing this bill, which has received unanimous endorsement. So let me ask, those in support that this bill be now read a second time, say aye. And those again say nay. The ayes have it. Clerk of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, a bill for an act to repeal the Nigerian Social Insurance Trust Fund Act, Cap N88, Laws of the Federation of Nigeria 2004, and the Employees Compensation Act, Cap E17, Laws of the Federation of Nigeria 2004, and then to enact the Nigerian Social Security Fund 2025 to make provision of compensations for any death, injury, disease, or disability arising out of or in the course of work, and then for related matters 2025 SB 557. Second reading.
Distinguished colleagues, a bill for an act to repeal the Nigeria Social Insurance Trust Fund Act, Cap 88, Laws of the Federation of Nigeria 2004, and the Employees Compensation Act, Cap E17, Laws of the Federation of Nigeria 2004, and to enact the Nigeria Social Security Trust Fund Act 2025 to make provision for compensations for any death, injury, disease, or disability arising out of or in the course of work and for related matters 2025, second reading taken. The bill is now referred to the Committee on Employment, Labor, and Productivity to report back to the Senate within 4 weeks. So once again, distinguished Senator Cyril Fasui, thank you, and all my colleagues who contributed to explain this, including the former Minister of Labor and the current chairman and the former Labor leader. I thank all of you. Thank you for the explanations. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, very distinguished colleagues, the third order of the day is the presentation and consideration of the report of the Committee on National Identity and National Population on the confirmation of the nominations of the following persons as listed on the order paper for appointment as chairman and commissioners in the National Population Commission. Dr. Aminu Yusuf, chairman from Niger State. Kigbu Joseph Haruna, commissioner from Nasarawa State. And Tonga Betara Bularafa, commissioner from Yobe State. I thank you, Mr. President. Well, Mr. President, you may wish to invite distinguished Senator Ume Victor, chairman of the committee, to move the motion for the presentation and consideration of the report.
Distinguished Senator Victor Ume.
Thank you, Mr. President. Distinguished colleagues, I remain Senator Victor Ume, OFR. I rise to move the motion that the Senate do receive and consider the report of the Committee on National Identity and National Population on the confirmation of the nomination of the following persons for appointment as chairman and commissioners of the National Population Commission. Dr. Aminu Yusuf, chairman from Niger State. Dr. Kibu Joseph Haruna, commissioner to represent Nasarawa State. And Alhaji Tonga Betara Bularafa, commissioner to represent Yobe State in the commission. I so move.
Distinguished Senator Tony Way.
Thank you, my president. Dear distinguished colleagues, my name is Dr. Tony Way, representing Anambra North Senatorial District. I second the motion as moved by my elder brother, Senator Victor Ume OFR. I so second.
Distinguished colleagues, the motion has been moved and seconded. Those in support that this report from the committee be presented, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. You may proceed to lay the report and thereafter expatiate on it.
Thank you, Mr. President. Distinguished colleagues, the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, at its sitting on Tuesday, 7th and Wednesday, 8th of October 2025, considered the request of Mr. President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, on the confirmation of the nomination of Dr. Aminu Yusuf as chairman, Honorable Dr. Kibu Joseph Haruna, and Tunga Betara Bularafa, representing Nasarawa and Yobe states respectively, for appointment as chairman and then commissioners in the National Population Commission. The Senate at the plenary, based on the powers conferred on it on Section 1541 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria as amended, as well as the Senate Rules of 2023 as amended, referred the two sets of nominations to the Senate Committee on National Identity Card and Population for further legislative actions. In the report, the committee membership is listed, and the committee resolved to seek the following documents in respect of the three nominees: their curriculum vitae, their task clearance certificate, code of conduct clearance certificate, police report, Department of State Security Service. On Tuesday, the 14th October 2025, the nominees appeared before the committee for the screening. They are Dr. Aminu Yusuf, Niger State Chairman, Dr. Kibu Joseph Haruna, Nasarawa State Commissioner, Tunga Betara Bularafa, Yobe State Commissioner. The committee members resolved to admit the nominees one after the other. The screening exercise consisted of a presentation by each nominee, followed by a question and answer session. The nominees presented their vision, qualifications, and experience, highlighting their suitability for the positions. The committee members critically analyzed the documents of the nominees and considered factors like educational qualifications, mode of presentation, social skills displayed, composure and demeanors, as well as their individual competency experiences relevant to serve as NPC commissioners. Eligibility for appointment as commissioners. The committee, based on the documents presented to it on the three nominees, found that the nominees possessed the minimum educational qualification required for appointment as commissioners. The committee, as at the time of the screening exercise, has not received any criminal or any incriminating report against any of the nominees from either the Nigerian Police Force or Department of State Security Service. The committee has received and perused all the 3 years tax clearance certificates, accounting slips, code of conduct bureau, and three nominees. On the three nominees, of course, including their NYSC certificates. We had to see all these things, Mr. President. Report of the hearing for confirmation. The committee found the following facts about the nominees. They are stated in the body of the report: their CVs, their educational qualifications, and their work experience. They're all stated there, including their NYSC. where they served. If you go through that, you will see the detailed career profiles for these three nominees, what they have done before. We found out that Dr. Kibu Haruna has served as a member of the Federal House of Representatives, representing a federal constituency in Nasarawa State. In response to the questions put to the nominees by members of the committee, they all demonstrated efficient knowledge of Nigerian demography in Michoran area census data collection and analysis. So they are prepared for the jobs for what they have been nominated for. Observations and findings. The committee, after the screening exercise, deliberated on the nominees' stability for appointment as chairman and commissioners on the board of National Population Commission, and hereby makes the following observations.
Distinguished Chairman.
Yes.
So proceed to the recommendations.
Okay. Thank you. I'm almost there. Based on the screening exercise, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, the committee was satisfied with the qualifications and general performance of the nominees. Accordingly, the committee hereby recommends the following nominees for confirmation by the Senate. Dr. Aminu Yusuf, Chairman. Honorable Dr. Joseph Haruna Kibu, Commissioner. Tunga Betara Bularafa, Commissioner. Prayer that the Senate do confirm the nomination of Dr. Aminu Yusuf as Chairman, Honorable Dr. Kibu Joseph Haruna and Tunga Betara Bularafa as Commissioners of the National Population Commission. Conclusion, the screening exercise provided valuable insights into the nominees' qualifications, experience and vision for the National Population Commission. The committee appreciates the Senate leadership and distinguished senators of the Federal Republic of Nigeria for the opportunity given to us to serve in this capacity. We so submit. Thank you, Mr. President.
Chairman, any other issue? Okay. Any contributor? Distinguished Senator Olare, I wish to just second the application so that we move on.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Very distinguished colleagues. My name is Olalere Kamorudin Oyewumi. I represent also West Central District. I write to second the motion moved by the Chairman, Committee on National Population Commission and National Identity on the screening of the presidential nominee. I so second.
Thank you. Distinguished colleagues, the motion has been moved and seconded. Those in support that we proceed to further screening of the nominees say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Senate Leader of the Senate, you may wish to move that we resolve into Committee of the Whole to proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I move that we resolve into the Committee of Whole for further consideration of the report. I shall move, Mr. President.
Thank you. Distinguished Senator Olare.
Thank you, Mr. President. I second the motion that we resolve the Committee of Whole to consider the report. I so second.
Distinguished colleagues, those in support that we resolve into Committee of the Whole to consider the report say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Distinguished colleagues, will the Senate approve the nomination of Dr. Aminu Yusuf, representing Niger State, for appointment as chairman in the National Population Commission? Those in favor say aye, and those against say nay. The ayes have it. Distinguished colleagues, will the Senate approve the nomination of Kibu Yusuf Haruna, representing Nasarawa State, for appointment as commissioner in the National Population Commission? Those in favor say aye, those against say nay. The ayes have it. Distinguished colleagues, will the Senate approve the nomination of Tonga Bechara Bularawa, representing Yobe State, for appointment as commissioner in the National Population Commission? Those in favor say aye, those against say nay. The ayes have it. Accordingly, the appointment of Dr. Aminu Yusuf as chairman, Kibu Yusuf Haruna as commissioner, and Tonga Betera Bularafa as commissioner. The appointments are hereby approved. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, may I move that we revert to plenary to report progress? I so move.
Minority Leader.
Mr. President, the same colleagues, I second the motion that we will refer back to plenary for the chair to report progress. I so second.
Distinguished colleagues, having considered and approved the nominations for National Population Commission, a motion has been moved and seconded. Those in support that we move to plenary to continue the screening and confirmation say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Distinguished colleagues, the Senate, in the Committee of the Whole, considered the report of the Committee on National Identity Card and Population on the screening of Mr. President nominees for appointments as chairman and commissioners of the National Population Commission, NPC, and approved the nominations of Dr. Aminu Yusuf as chairman from Niger State, Honorable Dr. Kibu Yusuf Haruna as commissioner from Nasarawa State, and Dr. Tonga Betera Bularafa as commissioner from Yobe State, all as chairman and commissioners accordingly. Is this a true reflection of what transpired in the Committee of the Whole? Distinguished colleagues, will the Senate confirm the nomination of Dr. Aminu Yusuf, representing Niger State, for appointment as chairman in the National Population Commission? Those in support say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Accordingly, the nomination of Dr. Aminu Yusuf, representing Niger State, is hereby confirmed as chairman in the National Population Commission. Distinguished colleagues, will the Senate confirm the nomination of Kibu Joseph Haruna, representing Nasarawa State, for appointment as a commissioner in the National Population Commission? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Accordingly, the nomination of Kibu Joseph Haruna, representing Nasarawa State, is hereby confirmed as commissioner in the National Population Commission. Distinguished colleagues, will the Senate confirm the nomination of Tonga Betara Bularafa, representing Yobe State, for appointment as a commissioner in the National Population Commission? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Accordingly, the nomination of Tonga Betera Bularafa, representing Yobe State, is hereby confirmed as a commissioner in the National Population Commission. Let me thank the chairman and members of the Committee on National Identity Card and Population on the speedy screening and presentation of the report to the Senate for consideration. And thank all my distinguished colleagues for their contributions and wish the confirmed nominees well in their new endeavor. May they have the wisdom from Almighty God to add value to Nigeria. Population census is a very, very dicey thing. It helps in all facets of planning for a nation. And it also helps us to actually know the number that we are. Those who failed in the past, may their failure help them to succeed where others tried and failed. I congratulate you and your families, and I wish you well. I congratulate also Mr. President for fishing out people of proven integrity. Thank you, my colleagues, for your contributions. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. Senate President, distinguished colleague, the fourth order of the day is presentation and consideration of report of Committee on Solid Mineral Development on Nigerian Mines Rangers Service Establishment Bill 2025, SB 253. Distinguished senators will recall that the bill was referred to the committee on Thursday, 26 September 2024. Mr. President, you may wish to invite Senator Ekong Samson, Chairman of Committee, to move the motion for presentation and consideration of the report. Everyone here.
Chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am Ekong Samson. I represent Akwa Ibom South. Very respectfully, I move to present a report of my committee on the establishment of Nigerian Mine Ranger Service Bill 2025.
All right. You have yes. Somebody has to second
The motion, yes.
the motion for you to lay the report. Yes, distinguished Senator Mustafa Saliu, it's your party. So proceed.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, my name is Senator Saliu Mustafa, representing Kwara Central. I hereby second the report on the Nigerian Mines Ranger Service Establishment Bill, SB 253.
Distinguished colleagues, those in support that distinguished Senator Ekong Samson be allowed to lay this report, say aye. Aye. And those against say nay. The ayes have it. Proceed to lay the report. Senator Ekong Samson.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Ekong Samson. I speak for Akwa Ibom South, the chairman of the Senate Committee on Solid Minerals. Mr. Chairman, it will be recalled that at plenary on 25th of September 2024, we look at the principles of this bill, which was sponsored by our colleague, very distinguished Senator Onao Mohammed. Consistent with our practice and procedure, we had a public hearing and a broad gamut of stakeholders were invited, and the committee took into considerations the gamut of inputs from the stakeholders. In the light of concerns that we have in this country on insecurity, we took the opinion that it was very helpful that this bill be considered and passed into law. We noted the concerns that were raised in particular by our royal fathers from the north, who all spoke in favor of this bill. The pith and substance of our work is that, as a recommendation, the Senate Committee on Solid Minerals, having considered the bill, we recommend that the Senate do consider and pass the Nigeria Mineral Rangers Service Bill 2025 into law. And we do this with every sense of responsibility, taking cognizance of the fact that this bill will, in very great measure, help us to tackle the scourge of insecurity in this country. Thank you.
Yes. This is Senator Garba Maidoki.
Thank you very much, the Senate President. Distinguished colleagues.
Am I correct this time?
Yes, sir. The Senate President does no wrong. Distinguished colleagues, my name is Garba Musa Maidoki, representing Kebbi South Senatorial District. I rise to support this very important bill, Mr. Senate President, so that the drive of Mr. President towards increasing and enhancing the value contribution of mining industry is enhanced. I would like my distinguished colleagues to note that most of these mines, but in some rural areas, are not accessible due to activities of banditry and illegal miners. Distinguished colleagues, I want you to note that the problem of security in Nigeria, we are all aware, is mostly lack of sufficient boots on the ground to take care of the security situation in the whole of the country. Knowing that boots are not sufficient in the ground, the policemen are not enough, the civil defense are not enough, even the army, the number is very, very small. I think it is wise we come up with creative solutions and alternatives where more boots on the ground can be put. And I guarantee you that if these mine rangers are established, most of the mining site will be manned by these rangers, and we are hopeful that the mines now will be reactivated. The reporting line for which the Ministry of Mines and Power will depend so that revenues derived from mining are actually accounted for. These people will be their eyes on the ground where every ounce of Nigerian minerals is extracted. The mining rangers are there to see and document it on behalf of the Ministry of Mines and Power, apart from providing the necessary securities guarantee that will enable miners to be able to reach their site. Distinguished Senate President, I wish to note, a lot of mining interests and investors are in the country following the last mining week by the Ministry of Mineral Resources. And without setting up these mining rangers that will go and protect these mines and accompany these investors to different nooks and crannies of Nigeria, it will be difficult for them to put their money. I therefore wholly and 100% support the establishment of the mining rangers in Nigeria. I so submit. Thank you, Mr. Senate President.
In the absence of further debate, everybody seems to be in agreement. Can the leader of the Senate move that we go into committee of the whole to consider this report clause by clause?
Mr. President, I stand to move a motion that the Senate do resolve to committee of whole to consider the report. I so move.
The minority leader.
Mr. President, I stand to second the motion as moved by the Senate leader that we resolve to committee of whole to consider the report. I so second.
Distinguished colleagues, those in support that we resolve into committee of the whole to consider this report clause by clause, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have. Nigeria Mines Rangers Service Establishment Bill 2025 SB 253. Distinguished colleagues, those in support that the long title on page 1 form part of this bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clauses 2 to 5. Those in support that clauses 2 to 5 form part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clauses 6 to 10. Those in support that these clauses form part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clauses 11 to 15. Those in support that clauses 11 to 15 form part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clauses 15 to 20. Those in support that clauses 15 to 20 form part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clauses 20 to 25. Those in support that clauses 20 to 25 form part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Interpretation clause on page 18 by clause 26. Those in support that these form part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The short title embedded in clause 27. Those in support that the short title form part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Those in support that clause 1 on page 18 form part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Explanatory memorandum on page 20. Those in support say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, sitting as chair, very distinguished colleagues, I rise to move that the Senate do now revert to plenary to enable the chairman report progress. I so move.
The minority leader.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I rise to second the motion that the House refer back to plenary for the chair to report progress.
Distinguished colleagues, the motion has been moved and seconded that this August House do revert to plenary for the chair to report progress. Those in support say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Distinguished colleagues, the Senate in the Committee of the Whole considered the report of the Committee on Solid Minerals Development on the Nigeria Mines Rangers Service NMRS Establishment Bill 2025 and approved as follows. Long title as recommended. Number of clauses 1 to 25 as recommended. Interpretation clause on clause 26 as recommended. Short title on clause 27 as recommended. Number of schedules 1 as recommended. Explanatory memorandum as recommended. Is this a true reflection of what transpired in the committee of the whole? Clerk of the Senate. The leader of the Senate will have to.
Thank you, Mr. President. Very distinguished colleagues.
Having concluded the clause by clause consideration, you may wish to move that we go into third reading.
Yes, Mr. President. I rise to move that the Senate, that the Nigeria Mines Rangers Service Establishment Bill 2025 be now read the third time. I so move, Mr. President.
Minority Leader.
President, I so second.
Distinguished colleagues, those in support that this Nigeria Mines Rangers Service, I hope we'll change the name later. Nigeria Mines Rangers Service Establishment Bill 2025 be now read a third time. Say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clerk of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, a bill for an act to establish Nigerian Mines Rangers Service to prevent and combat illegal mining, artisanal mining, and for other related matters, 2025 SB 253. Third reading.
Distinguished colleagues, a bill for an act to establish Nigeria Mines Rangers Service to prevent and combat illegal mining, artisanal mining, and for other related matters 2025, third reading taken. Distinguished colleagues, a bill for an act to establish Nigeria Mines Rangers Service to prevent and combat illegal mining, artisanal mining, and for other related matters 2025, third reading taken and passed. Let me thank all distinguished senators for their contributions, and particularly thank the Senate Committee on Solid Minerals and for the speedy manner in which they have handled this, and pray that the new bill, when assented into an act of parliament, will assist to curb the incessant illegal mining that is currently occurring in the country. The Nigerian Mines Rangers Service, I pray that those who work there will have patriotism behind their back, and that Rangers will in turn assist us to fish out illegal minings in order to generate more revenue for states and the Federation of Nigeria. Thank you for all your contributions, and may this help us to improve the regulation, consolidation of the Mining Act in Nigeria. Leader of the Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President, and very distinguished colleagues. The fifth to the eighth orders of the day are House bills for concurrence as listed on the order paper. Mr. President, For purpose of interchamber reciprocity, I would like to present the lead debate on the bills. And I request, Mr. President, with your permission, to present a single lead debate on these bills.
Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, very distinguished colleagues, the fifth to the eighth order of the day, once again, are House bills for concurrence as listed on the order paper. And the four bills, Mr. President and distinguished colleagues, the four bills are the Criminal Code Act Amendment Bill 2025 HB 151, listed for concurrence. The Federal Road Safety Corps Act Amendment Bill 2025 HB 1401, Dietitians Council of Nigeria Establishment Bill 2025 HB 1114, and Federal College of Nursing and Midwifery, Okigbo, Ondo State Establishment Bill 2025 HB 744. Mr. President, Mr. President, thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I actually, in order not to mislead this hallowed chamber, out of the four bills that I have listed for lead debate, I will be moving first that one of them be stepped down, and that will be the fourth bill here listed under bills for concurrence, which would have been the eighth order of the day. That is the Federal College of Nursing and Midwifery, Okigbo, Ondo State Establishment Bill 2025 HB 744. Even though I'm aware that our colleagues in the House of Reps had already passed this and it was sent to us for concurrence, but I'm also not unaware of the decision of the Federal Executive Council to put on suspension for the next 7 years establishment of new institutions of higher learning. So in view of this, Mr. President, I will move that the fourth concurrence bill be stepped down, which will leave me with only three, in respect of which I'll be presenting a lead debate. So that will be my first motion, Mr. President.
Minority Leader.
Mr. President, I'd like to support the motion moved by the Senate leader that we suspend one of the concurrent bill in view of the decision of the Federal Executive Council to suspend the establishment of higher institution for the next 7 years. I so second.
Distinguished colleagues, the motion has been moved that we step down the fourth issue for concurrence. Those in support that we do so say aye, and those against say nay. The ayes have it. So that issue is stepped down. Leader of the Senate, proceed.
Mr. President, very distinguished colleagues, with your permission, Mr. President, I would now present my lead debate on the three bills standing before us for concurrence from the House of Representatives. Mr. President, very distinguished colleagues, permit me to lead the debate on these important bills from the House of Representatives for the concurrence of the Senate. 1. The Criminal Code Act Amendment Bill 2025 HB 151. The amendments proposed in this bill are in two parts. Part 1, which consists of sections 226 sub 2, 227, 230, 329A, 340, and 362, seeks to amend the Principal Act to provide a stiffer penalty for offenses under the Act. The Criminal Code Act is an old law enacted in 1916, and as such, most of the penalties prescribed to offenders are not in tandem with the current social and economic realities. While the Second Amendment, Section 327, seeks to provide for a more rational punishment for the offense of attempted suicide, the punishment proposed by the Second Amendment will be curative and not punitive, thereby making it possible for victims to be able to reintegrate into the society. 2. The Federal Road Safety Corps Act Amendment Bill 2025 HB 1401. Mr. President and distinguished colleagues, this bill seeks to amend the Federal Road Safety Commission Act number 22, 2007 to empower the Commission with additional responsibility for traffic administration and safety management on public roads in Nigeria. 3. The Dietitians Council of Nigeria Establishment Bill 2025 HB 1114. This bill seeks to establish Dietitian Council of Nigeria to regulate the practice of the profession of dietetics and nutrition, and for other matters connected therewith, to achieve a more wholesome dietetics practice and maintain standards among dietetic practitioners. Mr. President, my respected colleagues, these bills are straightforward and have gone through the necessary legislative process in the House of Representatives. I therefore urge you all to support the second reading of these bills as we refer them to the Committee of the Whole for clause-by-clause consideration. I so move.
Yes, Senator Mongoro.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, my name is Mohamed Tahir Monguno. I represent Borno Senatorial District. Mr. President, laws are supposed to be organic and therefore change in accordance with the objective and subjective realities of society. It was against this background that, more especially, the first bill for concurrence was sponsored. As rightly alluded to, the law was enacted in the 60s, and from the 60s to date, a lot have changed, especially with regard to penalties of fine. What this law essentially seeks to do is to bring the penalties in tandem with realities of today, so that it will serve as a deterrence for will-be offenders. And as I said earlier on, laws are not supposed to be static, they are supposed to be dynamic and organic and change with the changing requirement of society. And that duty is given to the legislature to legislate for the peace, order, and good governance of the country. So it is in discharge of that function that this bill was sponsored, and I call upon my colleagues to support the second reading of this bills with the speed of light. Thank you.
Yes, distinguished Senator Adams Oshimole.
Mr. President, sir, thank you very much for this privilege. I listened to the presentation by the Leader of the House with regards to the bills for amendment that he read out. And the one with regards to the report of a bill for an act to amend the Criminal Code Act, Cap C 38, Laws of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 2004, blah, blah, blah. I think there are some assumptions here that are not valid in the light of current realities around the world, including Nigeria. When these laws were passed, it was assumed, based on strong norms and tradition, that only men may defile a girl or a baby, or only men may rape a woman or a girl. From what we know now, the world has changed. Sometimes the moral levels have collapsed, and we now have to deal with complicated issues of child abuse. We have cases reported around the world, Nigeria inclusive. They may not be in the headlines because people are ashamed to talk about them, where young boys are violated by gay men. Whereas gay is still illegal, but the truth is there are boys who have reported being molested by adults. So I thought that whereas the use of the word boy or woman was appropriate at the time, as things start now, the proper word to use is any person, whether the person is a girl or a boy, a woman or a man who is molested or forcefully violated. I think they should also be subject to the same punishment. There are a lot of things happening behind the scene that people don't want to talk about. But the truth is, I know of very highly placed men who have been found guilty of defiling or forcefully coercing a boy to have, these gay practices. So I think that we should take those into account in making amendments, so that rather specify girl or woman, boy, girl or woman, I think the more appropriate word would be, if any person does anything, the word person will cover whether man or woman. Or if we want greater clarity, we can emphasize whether a boy or a girl. It's repeated that in this country, many of these cases are not reported, but you find that in Europe, not a few otherwise responsible men have been found involved in defiling small boys. And so women locking up a man and forcing them to do things against their wish. So I feel we should replace, whenever we use the word boy, we should also put, a girl, we should also put boy. Whenever we put woman, we should also put man. Or otherwise we use one word, person. That person could be a boy or a girl, a man or a woman. Just to reflect the reality of the fact that things have changed beyond our imaginations. Thank you, Mr. President. And the same thing is covered in all the provisions. And so when I was governor, some judges complained that they found that the penalty for defilement is even smaller. It's less than the penalty for rape. I thought defilement is a much more serious offense than rape. When a man of 20 years old, 40 years old, 60 years old, 70 years old defile a baby of 6 months, 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, people like that should be in prison for at least 10 years. Because they would have destroyed those babies innocently before they grow up. So defilement should attract more punishment than rape. Thank you, Mr. President.
Distinguished Leader of the Senate, under the circumstances, the first bill for concurrence will have to be stepped down, and then we write to the House of Representatives on this major observation, because what Senator Shumole has observed, the world has changed. So since the reference is to boy, to girl and woman in the case of rape, the world has changed. Even young boys are being molested and raped, and forced into things against their will. And some of them do not even know what is happening. I'm talking in terms of homosexuality. So whilst the criminal act made provision for rape, rape has changed. Even boys can now be raped. So I don't know how you intend to handle it, but I think that for us to proceed, the observation is very germane. Senator Mongolo.
Well, Mr. President, the observation by distinguished Senator Shomole is in order, as you have rightly observed, and I don't think we will need to spend time on that again. I believe the Secretary also noted this, so following but what I would ask though, because Senator Shomole said this in so many words, I will just, with your permission, encourage the Secretary to approach him and get him to put this in writing, so that when they are writing to the House of Representatives, they will be clear about, why we are stepping down. So my motion will be to step it down till another legislative day.
While the Senate, the clerk of the Senate communicates
yes, sir.
To the House on why we are stepping it down.
Very well.
But you agree with him that even boys can be defiled?
I have no objection to that.
No, you have objection to the defilement, yes. But you have no objection to inclusion of boys or underage children.
Not at all.
Both boys and girls.
Not at all. Not at all. Thank you, sir.
Minority Leader, what's your opinion?
Thank you, Mr. President.
You want to concur with him?
No, I concur, sir. That's all, sir.
Distinguished colleagues, in view of the very pertinent observation, a motion has been moved by the Leader of the Senate and concurred by the Minority Leader that we step down and contact our colleagues in the House of Representatives before we can go further to concur with the bill on the Criminal Code Act Amendment 2025. Those in support that we step down and communicate the observation to the House of Representatives.
Point of order. Point of order.
Yes.
Yes. Mr. President, by the grace of God, I'm just like you in a respect that when we make mistakes, we have to be ready and humble enough to admit our mistakes. I just made a mistake, and I don't want to be seen as misleading the Senate. My agreeing with distinguished Senator Oshiomhole that we step down this is actually not in consonance with Order 86, Order 85, sub 6 of our rules book. And if I have your permission, I would read this, Mr. President. Mr. President, do I have your permission to read?
Proceed. But if you are preparing to read Order 85, subsection 6,
yes.
Is that what you are looking at?
Yes.
No, that one presupposes third reading.
Yes.
But we are not yet in third reading, we are on second reading.
Well, Mr. President, the essence of my motion, the essence of the lead debate actually, because this is a concurrence bill. And when we are taking this, we usually do take the second and third reading together so that we commit it to a committee of the whole and finalize on it. Essentially, why not disagreeing with distinguished Senator Shiomole on his observation? We have a chance during the third reading to make whatever amendment is proposing when we are doing the clause by clause consideration. So our stepping it down at this point would be like we are just jumping the gun. And I don't want to mislead the Senate in doing that. When we get to clause by clause consideration, His Excellency Senator Shiomole will be in a position to stand up and propose whatever amendment is making. And once we have passed it, we will now communicate it to our colleagues in the House of Reps, and the conference committee will follow. These are settled under our rules so that...
In other words, we should go ahead and consider
that we should go ahead.
Incorporate what he has said.
Very well, sir.
And then forward it back to the House of Representatives.
Very well, sir. So in view of that, I stand to withdraw my earlier motion.
Okay.
And now move that we go ahead with the consideration of the bill.
All right.
Thank you.
In addition, let us start from the Deputy Senate President. You know, he's a landlord from 1999.
I've been there too.
Mr. President, I just want to...
Yes. But you had a small break.
I was a Senate leader,
Mr. President,
but you had a small
Mr.
break.
President, I just want to commend the leader for showing legislative sagacity and experience in quickly understanding that he had made a mistake in the first place.
We are all learning.
Yes, what he did is quite good.
Yes.
In fact, Senator Shiomole jumped the gun. You ought to have raised this.
No, he did not jump the gun.
No, he jumped the gun, sir.
You know
I don't
why?
want to argue with my...
No, I'm not arguing with you because...
You ought to have raised that when doing the clause by clause
the rule says
consideration.
when you are considering third reading, and what the Senate leader was doing was second reading. And of course, after the second reading, we'll go into third reading. That is a clause by clause consideration, which will now lead us to the third reading of the bill. You understand? So Senator Shiomole was making the observation during the second reading of this concurrent bill. So it's not that Senator Shiomole was wrong. He brought it up timeously, but what the Senate leader...
Can I read Order 79? Order 79 says, on the order for the second reading of a bill being read, a motion may be made that the bill be now read a second time, and a debate may arise covering the general merits and principle of the bill. On the second reading of a bill, an amendment may be proposed without notice. Well, that's not the area. The issue here is that during the second reading, you don't go into the nitty-gritty of a bill. You don't go to the clause by clause part of the bill. It's only when you go to the committee of the whole, and when the clause by clause, consideration is going on, then you now go to that area, like what he said, that, and then get that, say your view, and you put it to vote. So this is, so you jump the gun, sir.
DSP, we are saying the same thing but differently. The Senate leader said that he was combining second and third reading.
Did you say so?
Simultaneously, which will make us to pass second reading and proceed to committee of the whole. That's what he said. And so because of that...
Sir, that was not exactly how I said it. I said consistent with our practice and procedure, I usually would take the second reading, at the end of which we'll move that will go into the third reading. And it is during the third reading that we do clause by clause consideration. So the best that the simple Senator Shiomole could have done was to contribute to the general principles of the debate of this on the second reading, while waiting in anticipation of the third reading for him to actually propose his amendment to whichever clause that he disagrees with.
Your point of order is upheld.
Thank you, sir.
Yes. In addition, Senator Ningi.
In addition, Mr. President, after the third reading, And when we get the appropriate amendments.
Let's finish with second reading.
No. I'm just because maybe because you are insinuating that the clerk write to the House of Representatives.
We should come after the third reading.
If the clerk shouldn't have to write to the House of Reps. We need the amendment as per the Senate resolution. And then immediately we have this amendment, we now raise a conference committee and then meet the House to finalize the issues. So there is no need for clerk to write. The Senate raises a conference committee after the third reading, and then they meet the House.
Yes, so so long as we have accepted what the leader said, that goes without saying. That is a mutantis mutandis. so that goes without saying. So yes, anybody that wishes to contribute to the general principles of the debate? Nobody. Okay, so leader, you may wish to move that this bill be now read a second time.
The uncommon president of the Senate and very distinguished colleagues, I rise to move that the bill be now read the second time.
Minority Leader.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I rise to second the motion moved by the Senate leader that the bill now read the second time. I so second.
Distinguished colleagues, having gone through the general principles of the bills for concurrence, a motion has been moved and seconded that the bills now be read a second time. Those in support say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The leader or the clerk of the Senate, please proceed to read the bills for the second time.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, a bill for an act to amend the Criminal Code Act, Cap C 38, Laws of the Federation of Nigeria, 2004, to provide stiffer penalties to selected sections of the Act and for related matters 2025 HB 151. Second reading. Mr. President, distinguished senators, a bill for an act to amend the Federal Road Safety Commission Act number 22, 2007 to empower the Commission with additional responsibility of traffic administration and safety management on public roads in Nigeria and for related matters 2025 HB 1401. Second reading. Mr. President, distinguished senators, a bill for an act to establish the Dietitian Council of Nigeria to regulate the profession of dietitians and for related matters 2025 HB 1114. Second reading.
Distinguished colleagues, a bill for an act to amend the Criminal Code Act Cap C 38 Laws of the Federation of Nigeria 2004 to provide stiffer penalties to selected sections of the Act and for related matters 2025. Second reading taken. Distinguished colleagues, a bill for an act to amend the Federal Road Safety Commission Act number 22, 2007 to empower the Commission with additional responsibility for traffic administration and safety management on public roads in Nigeria and for related matters 2025. HB 1401. Second reading taken. Distinguished colleagues, a bill for an act to establish the Dietitians Council of Nigeria to regulate the provision of dietetics and for related matters 2025. Second reading taken. So, thank you, the leader of the Senate, and thank you, distinguished colleagues, for your contributions. I think at this stage, I may now invite the Senate leader to proceed further with the bills for concurrence.
Mr. President, very distinguished colleagues, I rise to move that the Senate resolves a committee of the whole for further consideration of this bill. I so move, sir.
Minority Leader.
Mr. President, I second the motion moved by the Senate leader.
Distinguished colleagues, a motion has been moved and seconded that pursuant to Order 78 sub 3, that this August Assembly now move into Committee of the Whole for further consideration of the bills for concurrence. Those in support say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Distinguished colleagues, Criminal Code Act Amendment Bill 2025, HB 151, clause by clause consideration. Long title on page 1. Those in support that this forms part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clauses 2 to 5. Those in support. Clause 2. Clause 2, yes.
Mr. President, sitting in the chair, since we are having the first opportunity of reading the details of this bill, I think there is need for us to meticulously go through it. The punishment stated here, in my view, is not good enough. We need a more severe punishment, particularly on one, any person who detains a woman or a girl against her will or upon any premises in order to her being unlawfully, carnally known by any man, whether a particular man or not, or two, detains a woman or a girl against her will in a brothel, is guilty of a felony and is liable to imprisonment for 5 years. Mr. President, I think you should be for 10 years. In other crime, punishment of this nature is life imprisonment. So 10 years is too lenient. We should be more serious. There are many girls that have been detained and sexually harassed and treated badly to the extent that when they are impregnated, they are thrown out in the streets. So in order to put a stop to this, we need a very strong deterrent. And 10 years imprisonment, in my view, is good enough. Huh? Yeah. Yes. So I move that instead of five years, I propose that we make it 10 years. I so move, Mr. President. Stay in the chair.
Yes, the distinguished Senator Adams Oshimole.
Mr. President, thank you very much, sir. In supporting, in fact, if you look at my notes, I also added 10 years because these are serious offenses and sometimes they lead to permanent injury to those who are victims. Even 10 years is still very, very lenient. But perhaps this is also the opportunity to reiterate what I said earlier, namely that we shouldn't limit it it should not be limited to boy or girl, man or woman. It should also, it should not be included, restricted to boy or girl or man and woman. It should include boys and men.
Well, the preponderance of opinion is that stricto sensu that you are expected to second.
With your permission, sir, if I do exercise this privilege, will I be able to raise my own?
That will be additional prayer. Okay. That means that's the additional amendment.
I stand corrected, Mr. President.
That means you are amending the motion. You are amending the motion. You are not seconding the motion.
Yes, I thought I can amend it subject to his.
Okay, so when we come to further amendment, we can ask you. So let us hear from the Senior Senator Nweboye.
Thank you, Mr. President. I remain Senator Peter Onyekachi Nweboye with the golden crown of Ebonyi North Senatorial Zone. I rise to second a motion praying for stiffer penalty on section 226 sub 2 of the criminal code sought to be amended to increase the punishment from 5 years to 10 years. I so second.
Distinguished colleagues, the motion has been moved and seconded that we do increase this punishment to a minimum of 10 years in the first instance. Those in support of 10 years minimum, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clerk of the Senate, please note the amendment from 5 years to 10 years minimum. To a minimum of 10 years. Yes. The Senior Senator Oshimole now.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also propose that rather limit it to wherever you have the word girl or woman, it should be replaced with person. And for greater clarity, it should include boy or man. So you can, if I would dare read it, it should be something like wherever you have girl, add boy. Wherever you have man, add. Sorry, wherever you have woman, add man. So I so move, Mr. President.
The Deputy Senate President.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand to second the motion ably moved by Senator Adam Oshomole that anywhere you have man or woman, it should be replaced with a person. Mutatis mutandis. I so second.
Come again. This is law. This is law making. So clarity. Before you use mutatis to confuse us. so explain further.
Maybe you have to move the motion. When you move, say that you move anywhere you have a man, a woman, there should be, and then say mutatis mutandis. Then I will second.
You can say
add mutatis mutandis.
So you want him to add man, woman, or male?
No, any man, any.
Okay,
let me read what I second.
Okay, go on.
That in I second the motion, heavily moved by him, that in section 2, subsection 1 where you have a woman, it should be any person. Where you have her, should be against his or her. And subsection 2, where you have woman or girl, a woman, it should be a person. Where you have her or her, it should be he or her. Where you have a brothel, well, that one is not part of his motion. So mutatis mutandis. As a second.
Okay, what you are saying is that in section 2, subsection 1, any person who detains a woman or a man,
yes,
and or a girl or a boy against his or her will in or upon any premises in order to did you see the mistake there? In order to have been no, sorry, let's correct this. Huh? But we are trying to ensure. Okay, that's nobody can talk until we clear this motion. So we are saying any woman, no, any person who detains a woman or a man, or a boy or a girl against his or her will in or upon any premises in order to we have to rephrase it to in order to have unlawful carnal knowledge by any man or woman, whether a particular man or woman or not, or detains a man or a woman, or a boy or a girl against his or her will in a brothel, is guilty of a felony and is liable to imprison for 10 years. It mustn't be it must not be a brothel. It can be even in a school or any other place. Well, for elegance, Ekong Samson, you're a lawyer. See whether you can put in a little bit of elegance.
Yes, I think there's what appears to be a very simple pathway to this logjam.
I'm talking about the drafting.
Yes, sir. If we frame the law in place of any man or woman or girl, we say we insert any person. So the person takes care of that workman, as it were. So any person who detains a person against, yes, because both a woman, girl, boys, they're all persons. So they can come under that class of person. So any person. So I suggest that we can use person to frame out that.
Thank you. It's already there. Section 226 of the Principal Act will now be read as follows. Any person, that is how it starts. Any person who detains a woman or a man, a boy or a girl, against his or her will, in or upon any premises, in order to, instead of saying in order to have been, that's the aspect I said, I amended it to say, in order to have unlawful carnal knowledge of him or her by any man or woman, whether a particular man or woman or not? Those in support of the motion as amended, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. It's now a function of semantics in order to bring out the clarity. Yes, DSP.
Yes, Mr. President, sitting as chair. In the motion he moved and I seconded, the brothel was not mentioned. It's not part of that motion. And to go with the normal procedure, there should be a separate motion for amendment to remove that brothel to any place. So I so move. You can second. I so move that brothel. It could be it could be anywhere.
So
because
now
we
we
can't
are,
restrict to a hotel. I mean to a brothel.
we are going to
Make it any place, in any place.
okay.
In any place.
We are moving that.
The brothel should be removed.
After we have added boy or man.
Yes.
So girl or woman. We now the location is now in a brothel or any place.
Or any place. So I so move.
Brothel or
that
any
brothel should
place.
not be that instead of brothel should be in any place.
Or any place.
I so move.
Yes, there's Senator Weboyi.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to second that we add, even before then, if you permit, Mr. President, instead of adding, I'm coming, just hear me, you can drop what I'm saying. Instead of putting man or woman, why not just say, Your Excellency, detains a person. A person covers both man and woman. That is a legal language. Any person who detains a person, not necessarily going into man or woman.
Sorry.
Yes, sir.
Supposing the person that is detained is neither a man or a woman.
It must be one, sir. The law recognizes one.
We go to America and find out what they are.
Hermaphrodite. We have hermaphrodites. Yes, sir.
Go to America and find out what the law before Trump was.
It's okay.
That you are allowed to become anything.
So our law does not recognize that, Your Excellency.
No, I'm just saying. But now what we are saying here is we are talking about the location.
Yes,
we
sir.
are past that stage.
Okay, sir.
So he's saying that we should put any place
or any place,
a brothel or any place.
It's okay.
And why the use of the word brothel? It could even be a hotel. Any place.
Any place.
My motion is any
Yes,
place.
yes, sir.
Take brothel away, any place. I so
Detains
move.
a man or a woman, detains a boy or a girl against his or her will.
Yes.
In any
In
place.
any place. Yes, sir.
Is guilty of a felony and is liable to imprisonment for
10 years.
10 years.
Yes, sir. I so second, Your Excellency.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Those in support of the motion as amended, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Yes, Senator Musaba.
Sir, the Senate President sitting as chair, I would like us to go back to where we have a boy or a girl. Why don't we simply use the word minor? After classifying a man, a woman, why don't we go back to say any minor?
No, the reason why we can't do that is that here they were referring to man and woman, and woman is not a minor. And then they refer to girl. A girl could be a minor, may not be a minor. The major thing there.
We have taken care of a man and a woman.
No, we are not arguing. I'm only explaining. Any girl or any woman or man, and any girl or boy, whether minor or otherwise, the major thing there is detention against the will of that person. Do you understand? A minor, already we have laws. We have provisions in the act that says that consent is immaterial so long as the person is a minor. Consent is immaterial for you to have strict liability. So this one is trying to clarify whether it is a man or a woman, a boy or a girl. But in that same act, consent is immaterial once you are dealing with a minor. Do you understand what I mean? Yes, Leader of the Senate. So those who agree that these amendments form part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 3, Clause 4.
That's why I said
Yes, DSP.
Clause 3, and I just want to emphasize, I still move that what affects Clause 2 will affect Clause 3 in terms of the correction we did. I so move. That's why I say mutatis mutandis, because you have here any person who conspires with another to induce any woman. So I said any person by means of any blah blah blah. When you come to the second line, the second to last line of her, then that should be changed to anyone, and man's person. So that's why I said I move that the entire, wherever you have the amendment that was done in section 2 should also apply to section 3. Mutatis mutandis. I so move. For clarity, I so move.
I so second, Mr. Chairman. I so second.
So now that the DSP has moved for mutatis mutandis and seconded by distinguished Senator Alero. So any person who agrees, the distinguished colleagues, if you agree that the amendment should go mutatis mutandis, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Now, where you have any place, I think we should actually say premises. It can be any place, what did we use before? Any place. Any place. It can even be in the bush. Okay. Go on.
Mr. President, with due respect, sir, my distinguished colleagues, the penalty for defilement of a minor should be different from that of rape. For a minor, this is a kid who is not capable of consenting or otherwise, and whose life can be destroyed almost permanently. Those involved in defilement should suffer greater punishment. I propose that it should be 20 years if you defile an underage. Because I've seen cases of boys and girls under 10 years old, 5 years old, defiled by adults.
You have proposed that for minors, defilement should carry 20 years. Any seconder?
Yes, sir.
Yes. A more severe one. There's a motion. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I second the motion ably moved by Senator Adam Oshomole.
That for minors.
For minors. That the penalty should be 20 years instead of 10 years.
20 years.
20 years.
Imprisonment.
I so second.
And no option of fine.
No option of fine.
Well, so is Senator Alero, you wanted to say something?
I wanted to propose a more stiffer punishment for defilement. Life imprisonment. Because in other climes, actually it's life imprisonment. In fact, capital punishment. Particularly in India, Pakistan, and what have you, it's capital punishment. But here we can reduce it to life imprisonment.
DSP, the motion was on 20 years, But the counter motion is on life imprisonment.
Mr. President, we don't have that in our rules. Once there's a motion, somebody seconds, then it will be put to vote. If he fails, then he can raise his own motion. We don't have this. It's alien to our rules.
Okay, but we bear in mind.
It's alien.
We bear in mind that he has a counter
Then
motion.
you can do that. But he knows, it's an experienced legislator. He knows at this point, you cannot change this. You should put to vote, defeat it, then you brings forward his own motion.
Okay, those in support that defilement of minors should carry 20 years imprisonment in the act, say aye. Those against say nay. Okay, so that is defeated. Yes, you can now move. Your mic.
Thank you, Mr. President, sitting in the chair. My distinguished colleagues, I want to propose that the punishment for defilement is for minor is life imprisonment.
So in this case, it doesn't matter whether it is a woman or a man that does the defilement. The most important thing is that if a woman lures a minor to defy, life imprisonment. If a man lures a minor to defy, life imprisonment. Any seconder, Olamileko, because you feel very strongly about this. You are going to make sure that nothing like that happens to Ogun State.
Thank you, Mr. President, sitting as chair, Adeola Solomon Olamileko. I rise to second the motion assembly moved by Senator Adamu Alero. I so second.
Yes. Distinguished colleagues, the motion has been moved and seconded that any defilement of a minor in Nigeria henceforth should carry life imprisonment. Those in support say aye. Aye. And those against say nay. They are not here. But is there any option of fine? No option of fine. So the motion is carried. I hope future offenders are listening because let nobody say I did not know, because it's very clear here that the Senate has taken a very stiff stand against any defilement of minors, life imprisonment. Clause 4. So the clause 4 will also be amended. Secretariat, note, because here you are saying is guilty of a felony, liable to imprisonment for 3 years. Oh, clause 4 is different. Please, distinguished colleagues, look at it. This one is on supplying drugs or instruments to procure abortion. I'm looking at all of you. Distinguished Senator Banigo, is there anything you can say in respect of this? You are in charge of health.
Senate President, sitting as chair, this is a very important amendment because the procurement of abortion is criminal in Nigeria.
No,
and so,
kindly use your campaign voice.
yes, I say it's important because the procurement of abortion is criminal. And so it's needed to attract such something that will be detrimental for people. Can you hear me? For people to provide the instruments for this to be undertaken. So I do believe that if we are increasing the penalty for other cases of defilement is important. Abuse of male or female or men or women is important, that this also should carry a much higher term than just 5 years. And I would want to put that motion that it should also be increased to at least 10 years. Submitted.
It should be reduced. Distinguished Senator Ndube. No, she has not moved the motion yet.
No, I think, Mr. President, she has moved the motion. She said it should be increased from 5 to 10 years.
No,
and, yeah.
What is here is 3 years.
No, she said, well, yeah, she said it should be increased to 10 years. Distinguished, is that not what you mean? That it should be increased to 10 years.
It should be increased
to at least 10
that
years.
means you are increasing from 3 years to 10 years.
Yes. And
what is here?
This says 5 years.
Well, what is here is to increase it from 3 years to 5 years.
Exactly.
No, but we are amending it. That is the way she said, from that to 10 years. And I'm seconding that the Senate is taking a very serious position. So I'm seconding her motion as moved that the sentence should be increased to 10 years. I so second.
A counter, yes.
Excuse me, sir. You don't do that procedurally. There is a motion. You second the motion. Now you put the question. Mr. President. Yes, you make your case after. Mr. President, please, the normal procedure, sir, with all due respect, is when a motion is moved and is seconded, the next thing is you put the question. If any senator has anything contrary...
Distinguished Senator Ndume.
Yes, sir.
If you follow the strict rules of lawmaking now, without common sense, you will end up making a law that is not implementable. What we are saying is, we are hearing from my colleagues now. For instance, the religious aspect. Come, Senator Mustafa, say what you were saying now. Come back to the motion, but I want you to hear this other part.
Sir, there is a motion on ground. It can be defeated if you want.
There is a motion on ground, but if we put the motion.
Put the question, if I lose, that's it.
Okay, you want to lose?
Yes,
okay.
If I have to.
Those in support that... No, he is a seconder. The motion came from Senator
The motion came from distinguished my chairman.
So he seconded.
Chairman here.
Those in support that this... Senator Barigo, what was Senator Ningi? What was the motion?
The motion is very clear. It should be increased from 3 years to 10 years.
Leader of the Senate, please approach the chair. Why this motion is going? Because once I drop this gavel, you can't change it. Come.
You will not defeat it. Come. It will not be defeated unless you are an accomplice.
Okay. But in view of what they've said, those in support that it is for procurement of
aiding and
illegal pregnancy, or it should be increased from 3 years to 10 years without option of fine.
Yes.
Or is it with option of fine?
No option.
No option. No, no
There is
comment.
nothing like counter motion.
Let's go straight into the. I'll give you an opportunity if you have a second one. If this is defeated, but those in support say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. Nay. The nays have it. Now,
These are all accomplices.
let us go back into it. Leader, now approach the chair. Senator Musafa, you have the floor.
The president sitting as chair.
No, Senator Nome, we are following the procedure now. We are following the procedure. It's either it is defeated or not. And if it's defeated, then we give another person an opportunity to bring up an alternative motion.
Mr. President, sitting as chair, distinguished colleagues, I will want us to please.
Mustafa, there is a point of order.
Okay. Mr. President, I want to draw attention to Rule 52, Order 4, which reads, a senator must confine his observation to the subject under discussion and may not introduce matter irrelevant thereto. I raise this thing because I raise this order because anytime there's a motion, there's nothing like counter motion. Bringing counter motion is introducing another thing which is different from that issue. That is alien to our rules. Please, no one should raise counter motion when there's a motion before us.
Okay, but in the event that what he wants to raise is relevant to the issue in discussion.
Now, Mr. President, I am a supporter of life imprisonment for anybody who defies a child, but I wanted us to follow the procedure. Let that be defeated. I joined defeating that 20 years. I joined. I was a secondary, but I joined others to defeat that 20 years penalty in order to conform with the procedure.
And then I joined you.
I voted for life imprisonment.
I joined you to drop the gavel for life imprisonment.
Yeah, we celebrated.
But in this one now, do we leave it as it is?
Which one? The
yes, because the motion has gone.
No, if there's any,
the motion has been defeated.
It has gone through.
But what if what is
it
going
failed?
To say,
sorry, it failed.
If what is going to say is in line with what we are discussing.
I'm not making reference to what he's going to say. Okay. I'm just trying to draw attention. I don't know what he's going to say.
So far, we have followed the rules.
Yes. Thank you. I just want to emphasize that.
Your point of order is noted. Yes, Senator Mustafa.
Mr. President, sitting as chair, distinguished colleagues, I want to draw our attention back on this issue of abortion. I want us to take very critical look at the word any person who unlawfully supplies. I want us to distinguish between when is it lawful and when is it unlawfully. Because I'm very sure every religion practices that we should be faithful in whatever we are doing. But the same religion gives us the right, for instance, if the person has medical issues, the person can go and say, I want to terminate that pregnancy. So at what stage the person who decides to say, I want to terminate a burden on me, when will you now say it's unlawful? Because the person has asked somebody else to assist. So I want us to look at this critically and examine the wordings of this particular section. Thank you very much.
Leader of the Senate wants to say something.
Thank you, Mr. President, sitting as chair. I listened to distinguished Senator Mustafa Saliu. Unfortunately, and that's why we always say when there's an amendment proposal before us to amend some parts of a bill, it's always good to have the instant law, attached to it. I believe the issue he raised is an issue that should have been taken care of in the interpretation clause, but unfortunately we do not have that here to see how the word unlawful was determined, because I would imagine that under circumstances of medical compulsion, I don't think that would be an issue, and I don't think any court would take that as being unlawful. So rather than debating it here, I think if we have the instant law, we may as well see what's in the definition clause. I think that's what would be my response to that, rather than us having to go into that debate.
So what is lawful
when
and
it
what
comes
is
to
unlawful?
issues of religion and all that, these are very volatile issues that if we don't have to go into such debate, we should not. We should avoid it. But how is the word unlawful defined in the law?
So do you have it? Sorry, let the Secretariat assist us by showing us the definition of unlawful. Just a minute. Leader, please approach. Senator Nengi.
Mr. Chairman, I read the provision not once, not 2 times, but 3 times. And I look at these provisions as being suspiciously dangerous. Mr. President, if you look at the heading of that particular clause, I look at, you are distracting the chairman of this committee, and this is lawmaking. At this period, I think he should be left alone to listen to us, because when you look at the provisions of the laws, everything that the president at the end of the day says is final. And therefore, we must give the president attention, and he must listen quietly, because look at provisions 76, 75, Whatever at the end of this discussion the president says is final. Also, distinguished members will have to please stay up during this lawmaking process. Mr. Chairman, as I was saying, clause 4, you look at the supplying drugs and instrument to procure abortions. Look at the clause, but look at the explanation. Any person who unlawfully supplies to or procure for any person anything, whatever, knowing that it is intended to be unlawfully used to procure the miscarriage of a woman, whether she is or is not with a child, is guilty of a felony and is liable to imprisonment for 5 years. Mr. President, this makes this case very complex. Example, I go to a pharmacy or a chemist and I sort out for this instrument and these drugs, and then I buy it. The liability now does not only stop on me, it stops on also on the innocent pharmacy that I entered to procure these drugs. First. Secondly, it's not in all totality that abortion is illegal and unlawful. There are circumstances that makes it imperative for abortion to take place. Now, passing this law the way it is endangers the supply, the total supply of abortion instrument, total supply of abortion drugs. What I think we should do, because of this danger of not getting the right words in the rightful places, this particular clause, I advise that we should step it down, do further legislative inquiry as to making sure that if this law is passed the way it is, it should not endanger women who are naturally looking for an alternative beyond abortion. So this particular clause is sweeping, is open-ended. The pharmacy, the chemist, the person who wants to buy, the person who do the abortion and these things, they are all endangered. And quite a number of these processes, you can see clearly there will be some innocent people that will suffer the consequences. Unless, of course, we say the only person that will procure abortion instrument will be hospitals and stuff like that. So I don't know how it is going to be, but looking at this law the way it is, Mr. Chairman, and our intention probably to pass it the way it is, makes this law very dangerous for me.
Mr. President, sitting as chair, very distinguished colleagues, I rise to move for extension of time pursuant to Order 8/3 of our rules to enable the Senate sit beyond 3 p.m. for us to be able to finish the items that we have on the other paper. I so move.
Mr. President, I rise to second the motion moved by Senate Leader that we extend our time beyond 3 o'clock to be able to complete matters on the other paper. As a second.
Distinguished colleagues, the motion has been moved for extension of time. Those in support say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Yes, Senate Leader.
Mr. President, sitting as chair, very distinguished colleagues, I listened yet again to distinguished Senator Abdul Nengi, and I totally agree with him as to the danger of passing this provision as it is. And I have two proposals for consideration by our colleagues, and if they make sense, then we can proceed to make a further amendment on that basis. One is to say that it is not in all circumstances that the act of procuring these drugs for the purpose of carrying out an abortion that will be illegal. It's not going to be in all circumstances. In other words, my response here will be for us to provide for a proviso, include a proviso, because where a certified medical doctor, for reasons of, medical emergency, make such a prescription, I don't think it will be unlawful. And that was why the word unlawful was used. So I will be proposing that we add that proviso. The second observation that I have is if you look at the provisions of this section 4, again, that's amendment of section 234. If you look at 4, well, the title itself is supplying drugs or instruments to procure abortion. So it is intended or it is assumed that there is a child in the embryo, all right? But if you look at the wordings of the provision, it says any person who unlawfully supplies to or procures for any person anything, whatever, knowing that it is intended to be unlawfully used to procure the miscarriage of a woman. Now note, whether she is or is not with child, is guilty of a felony and is liable to imprisonment for 5 years. In other words, distinguished colleagues, the words, whether she is or is not with child, cannot go with the intendment of this provision. If the woman is without a child, then you can't be talking of abortion. You can only talk of abortion where indeed and truly there's a child.
And that must have been certified by a doctor.
Thank you, sir.
That there is a child inside.
The person must have passed a pregnancy test.
Yes.
And someone without a child in the womb cannot pass a pregnancy test, so there will be nothing to abort.
And so why do you send the person without a child?
Yes.
To 5 years imprisonment.
My proposal in this day would be that we delete those words. We delete those words. Whether she is or is not with child. That is whether she is or is not pregnant. Somebody who is not pregnant
it calls for a deeper reflection. My opinion would be that maybe we just step down for that constitution, send it back to the committee so that they can do a better job. Because we are talking about people's freedom.
Yes, sir.
We are talking about people's liberty.
Yes.
And then, like Senator Ningi observed, it goes beyond the person who buys the drug.
Yeah.
It also affects the person who sells the drug. And then it also even affects the person who takes the drug and the manufacturer. So
if we're able to step it down for a week or two and allow committee on judiciary.
Exactly, to look at it and come up with a better advice.
Yes.
So, distinguished Deputy Senate President, you may wish to move a motion to that.
Mr. President, I support your proposal because this is a very, very sensitive matter.
Yes.
We have an outstanding committee on judiciary headed by a senior advocate of Nigeria.
Yes.
We should allow them to go and work on it, make sure that everything is in line with international conventions, with our own culture and religion and so on and so forth. It is on this premise that I move that we step down
for that constitution
until and refer back to the standing committee to report back within 2 weeks. I so move.
Yes. Distinguished Senator Oju Sogalo.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Oju Sogalo. I represent Abia North of Abia State Senatorial District. I stand to support the motion ably moved by the Deputy Senate President.
Distinguished colleagues, in view of the confusion generated by the title Supplying Drugs or Instruments to Procure Abortion, and in view of the confusion as to whether there is a child or not, the person will go to 5 years imprisonment. That means for taking any drug at all. The inelegance of it all, the opposite Senate President has proposed a motion that we step down further consideration of this bill and then refer it to our Committee on Judiciary and Legal Matters to get back to us in 2 weeks. Distinguished Senator Ojus Akalu, a strong leader and member of this August Assembly, has seconded it. Those in support say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Mr. Senate President, please, may I speak? I'm a woman, and abortion has to do with women. It's very important, sir.
Let us go to clause. This has been stepped down in totality. Yes, you distinguished senator, distinguished senator. This has been stepped down in view of the conviction, but if you have anything to add, you can say.
Thank you very much, sir. Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan, Kogi Central. Sir, this borders on abortion. And
yes, Senator, your mic.
Mr. President, we have been tutored over and over that when a matter has been concluded and you have dropped the gavel, in this particular case, to allow for more conversation, if you grant exemption to distinguish Senator Natasha, then you must extend the same extension to us, in which case our rules will become meaningless. I think the rules should be obeyed. We have said more discussion, which allow her to make any input, and I also intend to make more input. I think that is the whole essence of deferring it. To continue the debate, many of us will rather debate it here. So I think my distinguished sister should agree that these are the rules, and those rules have to be followed. If you begin to exercise discretion of granting exemption here, you have to grant exemption there, and here we shall have no rules.
Okay,
I think the rules should be firm, and they should be applied the way you have done, even when I try to...
Distinguished Senator Adam Oshumole, I must add that I'm not a spirit to know what the senator wanted to say. The senator said, I want to say something. But if I knew, I would have referred her to Rule 52, sub 6. Rule 52, sub 6 says, it shall be out of order to attempt to reconsider any specific question upon which the Senate has come to a conclusion during the current session, except upon a substantive motion for rescission. So since the Senate has come to a conclusion and has stepped down this, it shall be out of order. So I ruled Senator Natasha out of order. Yes, Leader of the Senate.
Well, Mr. President, sitting as chair, since we have stepped that down, the next bill I believe we can take, still while sitting as committee of the whole, is the second bill out of the three that were taken, and that would be the further consideration of the Federal Road Safety Corps Act Amendment Bill 2025 HB 1401.
Thank you.
The Secretariat has,
Thank you. So, distinguished colleagues, Federal Road Safety Corps Act Amendment Bill 2025 SB 1401. Distinguished colleagues, the report is before us. Those in support that the long title on page 1 form part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Those in support that section 2 to section 10 of the bill form part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Those in support that section 11 to section 20 form part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Specifically, the short title is on clause 20. Those in support that this clause short title form part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Explanatory memorandum is on page 21. Those in support that this form part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Leader of the Senate, you may wish to move that we report progress.
Mr. President, sitting as chair, we have one more bill, just one more bill to go. And that's the Dietitians Council of Nigeria Establishment Bill 2025, HB 1114.
Distinguished colleagues, the Dietitians Council of Nigeria Establishment Bill 2025, HB 1114. Long title on page 1. Those in support that this forms part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clauses 2 to 10. Those in support that clauses 2 to 10 form part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clauses 11 to 20. Those in support that clauses 11 to 20 form part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clauses 21 to clause 30. Those in support that this form part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 31, interpretation clause. Those in support that this forms part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 32. Clause 32, short title on page 19. Please check. Those in support that this form part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. For the schedules 1 to 2 on pages 19 to 21. Those in support that these schedules form part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Explanatory memorandum on page 25. Those in support that this forms part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Distinguished leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, sitting as chair, very distinguished colleagues, I rise to move that the Senate reverts to plenary to enable the chairman report progress. I so move.
The distinguished minority leader of the Senate, I wish to second the motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I second the motion that will refer back to plenary for the chair to report progress. I so second.
Distinguished colleagues, having considered all the bills and step down one, those in support that we revert to plenary to report progress say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Distinguished colleagues, the Senate in the Committee of the Whole considered the Criminal Code Act Amendment Bill 2025 and approved the clauses 1 as recommended, clause 2 to 3 as recommended, or as amended rather, plus further consideration of the bill and the report deferred and referred to the Committee on Judiciary, Human Rights and Legal Matters for further legislative action Is this a true reflection of what transpired in the Committee of the Whole? The Senate, further in the Committee of the Whole, considered the Federal Road Safety Corps Act Amendment Bill 2025. Long title as recommended. Number of clauses 1 to 19 as recommended. Interpretation clause nil. Short title on clause 20 as recommended. Schedules nil. Explanatory memorandum as recommended. Is this a true reflection of what transpired in the Committee of the Whole? The Senate, further in the Committee of the Whole, considered the Dietitians Council of Nigeria Establishment Bill 2025. Long title as recommended. Number of clauses 1 to 30 as recommended. Interpretation clause 30 on clause 31 as recommended. Short title on clause 32 as recommended. Schedules 1 to 2 as recommended. Explanatory memorandum as recommended. Is this a true reflection of what transpired in the Committee of the Whole? Is this a true reflection of what transpired in the Committee of the Whole? Leader of the Senate may wish to move that the two bills so far considered be read a third time.
I thank you, Mr. President, and very distinguished colleagues. I rise that the three bills be now read for the third time. Yes, that the two bills be now read for the third time. I so move.
Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I rise to second the motion moved by said leader that the two bills considered be now read the third time. I second.
Distinguished colleagues, a motion has been moved and seconded that the two bills considered in the Committee of the Whole and passed by the Senate be read a third time. Those in support say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clerk of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, a bill for an act to amend the Federal Road Safety Commission Act number 22, 2007 to empower the Commission with additional responsibility for traffic administration and safety management on public roads in Nigeria and for related matters 2025 HB 1401, third reading. Mr. President, distinguished senators, a bill for an act to establish Dietitian Council of Nigeria to regulate the profession of dietitians and then for related matters 2025 HB 1114, third reading.
Distinguished colleagues, a bill for an act to amend the Federal Road Safety Commission Act number 22, 2007 to empower the Commission with additional responsibilities for traffic administration and safety management on public roads in Nigeria and for related matters 2025. Third reading taken. Distinguished colleagues, a bill for an act to amend the Federal Road Safety Commission Act number 22, 2007 to empower the Commission with additional responsibilities for traffic administration and safety management on public roads in Nigeria and for related matters 2025. Third reading taken and passed. Distinguished colleagues, a bill for an act to establish the Dietitians Council of Nigeria to regulate the profession of dietetics, right, and for related matters, HB 1114. Third reading taken. A bill for an act to establish the Dietitians Council of Nigeria to regulate the profession of dietetics and for related matters 2025. Third reading taken and passed. Let me thank my colleagues for painstakingly going through the clause-by-clause considerations of the two bills. I hope that with the passage of this amendment, when assented into Act of Parliament, then the confusion on our roads will be well regulated and will lead to safety of lives and properties, and commuters will now enjoy the roads that government is putting forward for them. I also encourage the Federal Road Safety Commission to take full responsibility of the additional responsibility added to them and to do the nation proud in the service and management of public roads in Nigeria to ensure the safety of lives and properties. For the Dietitians Council of Nigeria, anything about diet is so very important to our well-being, and this well-regulated will assist us and will also ensure they carry out proper education using the National Orientation Agency to assist the public to know what and what they should eat in view of the fact that what goes into our systems can bring about various diseases such as diabetes and others, and excess sugar and all whatnot, and also lead to longer life and protect even our children from obesity and other vices. I congratulate the distinguished senators who make up the various committees that worked on these bills, and I congratulate our colleagues for their contributions and the painstaking manner in which they scrutinize clause by clause to ensure that what came from the House of Representatives eventually represent the will of the Nigerian people. So congratulations to all. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, very distinguished colleagues, the ninth order of the day is a motion standing in the name of most distinguished Senator Emmanuel Udende Memga on the urgent need to commend the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, for its significant gains made in recent times, particularly in 2024, despite the challenges it has encountered. Mr. President, you may wish to invite most distinguished Senator Emmanuel Udende Memga to move the motion.
Distinguished Senator Udende.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Emmanuel Memga Udende. I represent the very good people of Benue Northeast. A motion is on the need to commend the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, for its significant gains made in recent times, particularly in 2024, despite the challenges it has encountered. The Senate notes that Economic and Financial Crimes Commission was established as a frontline agency mandated to combat economic and financial crimes in Nigeria, with specific powers to investigate, prevent, and prosecute offenders involved in money laundering, advanced fraud, cyber crimes, and other forms of financial malpractice. Also notes that the Commission, since its establishment, has played a crucial role in promoting accountability, transparency, integrity in both public and private sectors, thereby contributing to financial sanctity, safety, and framework of Nigeria. Observes that in 2024, the Commission received 15,724 petitions, open case files for and investigated 12,928 cases, and filed 5,081 cases in court. Please that despite limited resources, operational constraints, threats to personnel, and the increasing complexity of financial crimes, the Commission has remained committed to its statutory mandate with viable results, including the investigation and successful record of 4,111 convictions in the year 2024, marking the highest number secured in any operational year to date. Aware that those convictions in 2024, the Commission recovered substantial sums of money in different currencies, stolen assets with summary of monetary recoveries, and forfeited assets in 2024 as stated below. In view of the times, you have the summary of monetary recoveries and summary of assets recovered in 2024 here tabulated. Also aware that activities of EFCC during this period contributed to enhancing Nigeria's image both locally and internationally, reinforcing public confidence in the nation's resolve to fight corruption and economic sabotage. Conscious of the fact that the anti-corruption agencies like EFCC need sustained moral and institutional support from the legislature and other arms of government to continue to deliver on their mandate in the interest of national development and good governance. Recognizes that the commitment, patriotism, sacrifices made by officers and staff of the Commission, many of whom operate in difficult conditions and under considerable personal risk to ensure justice is served and the nation's economic well-being is protected. Accordingly resolved to commend the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission for its unwavering dedication, professionalism, courage, integrity, and patriotism, and the noble achievement in the fight against financial crimes, particularly the significant gains recorded in the year 2024. And also mandate the relevant committees of the National Assembly to continue to provide effective oversight and legislative backing for strengthening the EFCC and other anti-corruption institutions in Nigeria with a view to promoting accountability, good governance, and public trust in government. I so move.
So, distinguished Senator Nweboye.
Thank you, Mr. President. I remain Senator Peter Onyekachi Nwebonyi with the golden crown of Ebonyi North Senatorial Zone of Ebonyi State. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I rise to second this motion, ably moved by my colleague, Senator Dende, calling on the urgent need to commend the EFCC for its significant gains made in the recent times in fighting corruption in Nigeria. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, it goes without saying that since 2003, when the then President Olusegun Obasanjo set up EFCC, this is the very first time this agency is living up to the expectations of Nigerians in fighting corruption without necessarily going into media trial, as was the case before now. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, is also on record that the EFCC within the period under review have recovered over 500 billion naira in the course of fighting corruption. It's also on record, Mr. President, that the EFCC within the period under review have secured 4,000 convictions and in all 7,000 convictions since its creation. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, it is time to set the record straight to commend the EFCC for the beautiful job being done. Let me also use the opportunity to appreciate, Mr. President, the man who believes that nothing is right unless it's right. He has given enough support to EFCC and other anti-graft agencies to fight corruption, meaning that Mr. President is out to fight corruption headlong in Nigeria. I therefore call on you, my colleagues, to support this all-important motion, all geared towards redeeming the image of our great country, both local and international community. Thank you, Mr. President.
Let me say that Senator Odende has spelled out the various resolutions to be taken by the Senate. So, but just to add that for me, when I see the statistics on television, I marvel. I think we should start by commending the current president, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, for finding square pegs in square holes. It is through appointing the right set of people that you get the right set of results. So what has happened to us is like a revolution in the EFCC. And they have done very well. They should also try to make sure that they also produce reports on various petitions that are frivolous or unpolitically motivated, so that the world will also know that in addition to finding these ones guilty, that these ones were not found guilty. Because Nigerians tend to believe that petition automatically means conviction, particularly public officers. So I'm very impressed with even what is happening in the cyber crime aspect of things in the country, where a lot of foreigners come here and make away with a lot of monies under all guises of money transfers and all that. I think that's an area we have to look into. So the office of the National Security Advisor is also doing well in that respect. So let's go straight into the prayers because of time. You say? It's very clear. The motion is for commendation, but unless you have something additional.
For obliging me the time to speak. First of all, as you said, I want to commend Mr. President for appointing him in the first place. He has shown foresight and for discovering a young man who has the passion, the ability, the capacity to head this very, very important body. And he's doing very well in that. And I also want to commend the chairman for putting all these facts together. So all these facts, we don't know them. Now, by debating this matter in this hallowed chamber, we are now more educated as to what the body is doing, the agency is doing. And also Nigerians have the opportunity to also understand and appreciate what the agency has done so far and is doing correctly. Apart from that, the agency head, the chairman, is full of, we need to commend him as embodied in this motion. He needs to be commended because he has shown passion for the job. He has shown determination for the job and he's doing very well. And whoever is doing well, he needs to be commended so that he will do more. We're asking to do more for our country. Look at 364 billion naira so far collected, recovered. This is a very big amount of money. It will help in adding more to our revenues and so on and so forth. So I commend you, Chairman, for bringing this forward. And I also want to urge the Chairman to continue on what he's doing in terms of fighting crime in this country. He's doing very well, a young man, working so hard for his country. You are full of our commendation. So please do more. Do more. We shall always be there for you as Senate. We'll give you the necessary support in terms of legislation and so on and so forth. I just submit, Mr. President.
So, Salio Mustafa.
Excellency, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, my name is Senator Saliu Mustafa representing Kwara Central. I want to lend my voice in commending Mr. President and the administration in the fight for corruption so far. In lending my voice, I also want to draw the attention of this hallowed chamber, the fight against corruption, sorry. I want to lend my voice to it, and I also want to remind this hallowed chamber that in commending the EFCC, I also want to remind us that the National Assembly has a constitutional role to play in whatever the EFCC recovers, that they go home with certain percentage. I doubt if the same body we are commending has ever come before us to take approval for that 2 or 3% they spend or they are entitled to. I want us to also put our oversight in that perspective to be able to have a proper balance in our oversight. Thank you, sir.
So the distinguished Senator Odende, what Senator Mustafa is saying is that while they are doing well in their recovery, that there is a provision in the Act that allows them to take a certain percentage of what they are recovering. So he is looking at this quantum recovery and wondering whether they've come back to take permission from us before they spend what is due to them. But I'm very certain that even if they did not, that they will come in the next budget. Have they? You have anything to add to that?
Yeah, Mr. President, what he says is quite correct, but the provision of the law is that the president approves the 2% and sends it to the National Assembly for approval, send it to Senate for approval. I've noticed that since the inception of this Senate, that has not been done, but we'll follow it up to find out. For the recoveries, the law places a burden on the president, not on the EFCC. The law places a burden on the president to send for approval to this Senate, not on EFCC. They cannot on their own send for approval to. No, that's not the position of the law.
Let me say that next time you furnish us with the provision, the correct provision, and then as you are undertaking your oversight functions, you also get report from them whether they have even applied to the president to spend any amount. They may not even need the amount. They may not need even the 2%. But if they have applied to the president, they should let us know, so that we will insist that that should be forwarded to us through the president for necessary appropriation before they undertake the expenses. But the amount of work they've done is much, and to have up to 7,000 convictions is not the issue. I want you to know that for every one conviction, they must have had at least 10 deterrents, because the act of the job of the EFCC is not just to arrest and prosecute, it's also to deter and prevent crime from even taking place. So that's the aspect that I believe that is not recorded, but I'm sure that they are doing very well in that direction. So even the idea of prosecution is also a source of deterrent to would-be offenders. So we should not shy away from recognizing what they have done. And then where, like he pointed out, where there is any failing, then we should encourage them through oversight to correct it and make it available to the Senate. So let's go into the prayers. Prayer 1, commend the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, for its unwavering dedication, professionalism, courage, patriotism, and the noble achievements in the fight against financial crimes, particularly the significant gains recorded in the last 2 years of the Bola Ahmed Tinubu administration. Those in support of prayer 2 or prayer 1, as amended, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Prayer 2, mandate the relevant committees of the National Assembly to continue. So, no, my own, I was the leader of the Senate. I think for the significant progress made by the EFCC, the president of the country who supervises them and who indeed made the necessary appointments that led to this quantum leap in achievement should be commended. Can you do so? Can you move a motion for this assembly to commend the president? Don't forget what he has done will go down in history at the African Union as a president who came and fought corruption in the way it ought to be fought. Yes.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Very distinguished colleagues. My motion then will be for an additional prayer that the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces be commended for his support to EFCC in ensuring that the agency is able to realize its mandate, including properly funding the agency through provision, budgetary provision to ensure that they're able to carry out their duties without let or hindrance. I so move.
So basically 3 things. His support has led to prevention, it has led to recoveries, and it has also led to convictions. And so we want to commend President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for this. Distinguished Senator Bilbius, you may wish to second this motion. You people are so few here. What happened? On the left-hand side, you have emptied everything here. Olalere, is that why you have not joined us yet? Because you don't think there is a space. We still have 1 or 2 spaces left. Yes, Senator Bilbius.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Ikra Ali Bilbis, representing Zamfara Central. I stand the motion moved by I support the motion moved by Senate Leader. I so support, sir.
Thank you. The motion to commend Mr. President for his astute management of the anti-corruption war in Nigeria have been moved by the Senate Leader and seconded by distinguished Senator Bilbis. Those in support say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Finally, mandate the relevant committees of the National Assembly to continue to provide effective oversight and legitimate backing to strengthen the EFCC and other anti-corruption agencies in Nigeria with a view to promoting accountability, good governance, and public trust in government. Those in support of prayer 3, as stated here, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The distinguished colleagues, we have an unfortunate news where our minority leader lost 2 of his children under 48 hours. Distinguished Senator Abamoro. In fact, his son, who just graduated, died in, I think, a motor accident last few days, and the nephew also, and the granddaughter also passed away through circumstances that are very tragic. He has not mandated us to discuss this, but I felt that being part and parcel of us, we should at least observe 1 minute silence for those 2 young Nigerians who died in their prime. In fact, the son was 28 years old when this accident occurred 2 days ago. He's not here today, but I want to urge that from here, we have made available buses outside so we can go to his house and condole with him. But in the meantime, may we rise to observe a minute silence to pray for the repose of these 2 children. May the souls of the grandchild of distinguished minority leader, Senator Bamoro, and the soul of his dear son, cut down in his prime through accident, rest in perfect peace. Accordingly, distinguished colleagues, the Senate is hereby adjourned to the 22nd day of October 2025 at 11 a.m. prompt.